Will the meeting please come to order? So will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by our very own council member, Brenda Haywood.
Please bow your heads. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we just come to you in the most humble way that we know how. We come to lift you up, to glorify and to magnify your holy name. Heavenly Father, we just entreat you to be with us tonight. Heavenly Father, guide all of our decisions laced with your grace and your mercy. Heavenly Father, I just pray that you would remove anything that is within us that's not of you. Heavenly Father, help us to be led by no selfish intent. Help us to be open-minded and do what that is to be done in the best interest of our entire community. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this opportunity, one that we have never had before. Heavenly Father, and possibly one we may not even have again. So we come sincerely in your name. In the mighty name of Jesus, we do pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. So without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. All right, so after weeks of nominations, questionnaires, and interviews, you, as the members of the Metropolitan Council, are now ready to vote to fill the remaining 9 spots on the Community Oversight Board. The election process was emailed to all members yesterday. A copy of the process is on your desk. The process was also emailed to all Community Oversight Board nominees, the mayor, and to the media. So the procedure that we will utilize tonight encompasses 3 elements. 1, transparency, 2, consistency, and 3, an end result. Time was spent determining a fair and equitable process that eventually narrows 150 applicants to 9 board spots. So I am not going to read the memorandum that was sent out to you yesterday. I'm sure you're happy about that. Instead, with the help of Director Jameson, I'm going to summarize the election process for tonight and then give an example of how it will work. Okay, so this is for the benefit of the council, for our members in the audience, and also for the folks watching on television. So to begin with, there will be 3 phases of voting tonight. As the charter amendment directed, 7 members for the board are to come from nominations from community organizations or from petitions, self-nominated petitions. There are 124 people that fall within that category. At least 4 of those 7 positions must be filled by individuals who reside in economically distressed communities. Out of the 124 overall people that were nominated by either petitions or by community organizations, 57, I repeat, 57 people qualified as residing in an economically distressed community. So we will vote on the 57 nominees first, since we must, by charter, fill 4 of those seats with individuals who reside in economically distressed communities. I repeat, we'll vote on the 57 nominees first, since by charter we have to fill 4 of those seats. At least 4 of those seats have to be individuals who reside in economically distressed communities. When we have selected 4 on that first round, the first phase of voting, the remaining individuals from that 57 minus 4 is 53, will then be grouped with those individuals who do not reside in an economically distressed community. So we will then vote on the remaining 3 slots from the 120 candidates that remain. Okay? 120 candidates remain who are still eligible for that next round. So we'll have voted for 4 that came from an economically distressed communities. Anybody who doesn't get in that way, anybody who was indicated they were from an economically distressed community who didn't get on through that round, then gets moved down into phase 2. They will join people who said they were not from economically distressed communities. We will add them together. That's 120 candidates. And we will be selecting 3 slots from those 120 candidates. Those 3 slots can be filled by people who either reside or do not reside in an economically distressed community. Once we select the remaining 3 positions on the board, we will then enter phase 3. We have 41 individuals that were nominated by you, members of the council. The council has 2 available slots to fill for the board. So again, overall, 124 overall nominations that are available tonight that were either from a community organization or were self-nominated through a petition. Out of the 124 overall, 57 people qualified as residing in an economically distressed community. We're going to vote on the 57 first. We have to, by charter, have at least 4 individuals on this board who fit that definition. After we get through the 57 and vote for 4, we're then back to 120 candidates, and we will be selecting 3. Once we get through that, then we have 41 individuals that were nominated by the members of the Metro Council, and we will have 2 available slots to fill for that. Once we do that, then we've completed our mission in terms of, or our responsibility to select 9 individuals to serve on the Community Oversight Board. Again, remember that we selected 2 already at the last meeting that were nominated by the mayor's office. So, how is this voting going to work? Again, it's all in the memo, but what I'm going to do is going to give you an example. We'll go through it and make sure that nobody has any questions. Again, for consistency, the same process is going to work for each phase. And I'm going to use the first phase as an example. So phase 1, as you will recall, is for the 57 individuals who were either nominated by a community organization or self-nominated by way of a petition. So again, remember, we have 57 individuals who qualify for those 4 first available positions on the board. So we will hand every council member here in attendance a ballot with all 57 of those names on that ballot. It will also have a place for your signature. You will then be asked to vote from that 57. You can vote for 0, you can vote for 1, 2, 3, or 4 nominees by checking or marking with an X the name or names on the ballot in the appropriate place. You cannot assign more than 1 of your votes to 1 candidate. So you can't take your 4 votes and give them to 1 candidate. You can't take 2 votes and give them to 1 candidate. You cannot do that. You can vote for no one on the ballot. You can vote for 1, 2, 3, or 4. But you can't assign all your votes to the same person or take 2 of your votes and assign them to the same person. When you have voted and signed your ballot, please fold it, and a staff member will come by and collect your ballot. The clerk will then read each ballot out loud for transparency purposes and make sure that we are recording your ballot accurately, okay? So again, we've done this before. The clerk will actually look at the ballot, I believe start with Council Member John Cooper, and will announce the 4 selections that the council member made, or if there's less than 4, the ones that Council Member Cooper selected, and we'll make sure that we have that ballot accurate. And if you would simply respond by indicating that the clerk is reading your ballot accurately. So tabulating multiple candidates from multiple printed ballots may take some time. So we're going to ask you several times just to be patient with us, because we're going to have to record and we're going to have to tabulate these ballots. Once we've got them all tallied, the clerk will then read the results. If one or more nominees get a majority of votes from those council members present and voting tonight, then they become members of the Community Oversight Board. And Mr. Jameson, I don't have a number count, but the way this works is that we will count the number of members who are here present and voting, and in order to get a majority, you have to get 50% plus one of the members who are here, present, and voting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, again, since we're talking about an example, if there are 30 of us here, in order to get in order to be selected and get a majority vote, you will have to get 16 votes, right? Okay. So, what we're going to do, pass out the ballots. You're going to vote for. You're going to have 57 names on the ballot. You select 4. We record them all. We tabulate. If no one gets selected on that first round, I mean, if 4 people get a majority of those votes, then we're through with that phase. But for this example, if there are slots available after that first round, then what we will do is we will take the top half. In this example, in this hypothetical example I'm giving you, we started with 57. We would take the top half vote getters. So we started with 57. 57 divided by 2 is 28.5. We would take 29. We would take the top half, the top 29 of the original number of nominees, and include all nominees receiving votes up to that 29th place. If there's a tie for that 29th place, then we will take all nominees who receive that same number of votes. So if the person in 29th place got 2 votes and 3 more people got 2 votes, we'll take all of them. We won't exclude anybody. We'll just round down to include everyone. The only exception to getting 29 nominees or less is if after we take the votes, we only got 20 people who got who got votes. So we wouldn't go to 29. We would obviously go to the lower number, which is 20. Okay. So again, we take that vote, we take the top half, and then we're ready to go again. So for purposes of the next round, just for purposes of this example, let's say that we got that no one got a majority, no one's on yet, and 30 people qualified for the next round. That meant that we took the 29 and there was 1 extra person that got in. So we're now at 30 people. We will then give you a second ballot. We will project the names of the nominees still under consideration on the board, because I think we're going to give you a ballot with the same list of, and we can't keep changing the ballot. So we'll give you a ballot for the second round that should have everybody's name on it. So you will have a list of the people who are still under consideration on the board. You will vote for 4 in this case, again, because no one got a majority on that first round. Again, you can vote for 1, 2, 3, or 4, but at this point, we haven't limited it because no one has gotten through. Again, this is just a hypothetical example. We will then collect, verify, and tabulate the votes just like in the first round. If we get nominees that get a majority vote, then they will be deemed elected to the Community Oversight Board. If we still have seats remaining out of that original 4, we then go to a third round. Let's say that on the second round, the council elected 1 individual. We got somebody on with a majority vote. That leaves 3 positions open. So then we will only be voting on 3 slots, not 4, but 3. In this example, remember, we started with the second round with 30 nominees eligible. That's what we had broken it down to. So we have now filled 1 spot. We have 3 remaining. For purposes of the next vote, we once again will take the top half. So in this one example, since we started with 30, we take the top 15 finishers, or we round down if somebody gets the same number of votes as the person who came in 15th place. On the third round, we again will place the nominee still eligible for consideration on the board for your review. But under this example, you're only going to be voting for 3 because we've already taken 1 off the board. We've already gotten 1 slot filled. We will then pass out the ballots as we normally do. If after tabulating the votes, we still have open slots, then we will then take the remaining slots, multiply that number by 2, and take that number of people who receive the most votes, and then you will select from them. That's very important to understand. So we've been basically narrowing down the field. When we get to that round 3, after we tabulate, we will take the open number of slots, multiply that by 2, and take that number of people who receive the most votes, and then you will select from them. Okay, so here's the example. So let's say 2 positions remain open after round 3 of voting. We filled 2 slots. At that point, we take the top 4 candidates and then vote. So we have 2 slots, we multiply it by 2, we have 4 people left, and we have 2 spots to fill. The 4th person if the 4th spot has a tie, we'll go down and we'll take care of everybody up behind them. But what we're trying to do, this is a way of basically selecting council members at large. Eventually, you narrow it down to twice the number of open slots, and you vote, and after that, you should have filled the remaining 2 slots. If we need to go around 5, we will keep doing it until we finalize this process. So the process ensures that we have a way to narrow the field and elect the board. So obviously, this was just an example. Every time we start this process, we will explain exactly where we are. I will say to members of the council, to the audience, to the folks watching at home, I've been on the council for a number of years. I've never been through something with this many people who are interested, never been through a process like this. So there has been a lot of time and effort put into making sure that we slowly go through this and make sure that everybody understands the process. But a lot of work has gone into this to make sure that we have a process that will work. Again, we will, every time between rounds, we will make sure that everybody understands where we are, how many people are eligible, how many people you're voting for, so that everybody is on the same page. I will also say that this will take some time, so please be patient with us, because I've had a number of people who have asked, can we put all the names up on the board and just vote that way? I don't think our machines were made or capable to handle, I think, more than maybe 8 at one point. I think we've had 8 on the ballot. Maybe we can do more. I do not believe we can do 124. That's why we have to pass out paper ballots, all right? So that's the example. It's a relatively, as complicated as this may sound, 3 phases. We're just going to go through rounds, and we're going to keep voting and voting and voting by narrowing the field. And then eventually we will get twice the number of open seats. That will be what you're voting on, and then you'll fill the remaining slots by voting. And again, the majority will be of those members who are here, council members who are here, present and voting. You have to get 50% plus 1 to get the majority. Having said that, questions? Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a quick note, just to make sure that they're only paying attention to our right-hand column and not any notes that we make on the left when we do the checks.
Okay, so I do not have a ballot sheet in front of me. Mr. Jameson?
Only the right, but the line is.
So are you making notes? You're going to say that you may make notes, but
Just pay attention
it's
to
a
the far right.
check and an X. So I'm talking to the clerk, so just be aware that make sure that you check in the right place or an X. Now, I will say, Councilmember Gilmore, it's a very good point. What I would say is that we're going to call out the name, so if there's a mistake, just let us know immediately, okay? All right, so any other questions? So seeing no other questions, are there any objections to the council using the outlines that I've just laid out? The process, the election process for the election of members to the Community Oversight Board. Are there any objections to using this process? Seeing none, then I declare this be the process. We are ready to proceed. We are ready to vote with one small deviation before we vote. So, members of the council, we have 150 people who have indicated that they want to serve our city and to make it better. I, as one, was very proud of Nashville and very proud of its citizens, watching individuals come in and express their care for the city of Nashville and for their interest and care in the citizens of the people who live in our community. I don't think I've ever been more proud of watching people who just stepped up to the plate, many of which have not been in this chamber, many who have never served on boards or commissions, but people who came and testified before our number of committees or subcommittees and expressed their deep concern for making Nashville a better place. So before we go through this vote, which is difficult because there are so many good candidates, but I just wanted to say how much we appreciate everybody's support, everybody coming in. It makes me proud to be a Nashvilleian. Would you please join me in appreciating that effort? All right, so Madam Clerk, we have adopted the procedure that we're going to use, and I believe that we are ready to go through phase one. This is for me, okay. So again, what we are going to do is pass out round one of phase one. Oh, we have already passed it out. They're already ahead of me. Okay, so again, you are voting. This is the first round, phase one. We're voting on 57 nominees who are residents of economically distressed communities. You are allowed to vote for up to 4. Remember, you cannot use your 4 votes for one person or 2 votes for one person. You can vote for up to 4. If you will fill out your ballots. And again, remember that all 57 nominees are on this ballot. Madam Clerk, I think we're still waiting for one ballot. Oh, we have other, I'm sorry. Sorry. So members of the council, I am double checking. Are all ballots in? So we're checking, and we're going to check to make sure we have the right number of council members. We believe it is 32. The other thing that I would ask you to do is, I know there may be gaps in this process, but for purposes of this, the clerk is going to read your ballot, so please stay in your seats so that we can get a confirmation. All right, members of the council, Madam Clerk, are you ready to read the ballots?
Yes.
Okay, proceed ahead.
Votes cast by Councilmember Cooper are Bobby Brax, Jamel Campbell Gooch, Ashley Davis, and Andres Martinez. Votes cast by Councilmember Gilmore are Hamid Abdullah, Ovid Timothy Hughes, Sheila Clemens Lee, and Amanda Lucas.
Councilmember Gilmore. Okay. So members, hold on. Make sure we get this right.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Madam Clerk, you ready?
Yes, starting
Okay.
again. Votes cast by Councilmember Gilmore are Hamid Abdullah, Ovid Timothy Hughes, Sheila Clemens Lee, and Eartha Luma.
Okay, so hold on just a second. So that was the only change. Okay. All right. Councilmember Gilmore, correct? That is correct. Thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Votes cast by Councilmember Mendez are Bobby Brax, Ashley Davis, Ovid Timothy Hughes, and Andres Martinez.
Councilmember Mendez.
Votes cast by Councilmember Hurt are Ashley Davis, Treveda Jordan, and Brenda Ross.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, I see it. And John Zerker.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you read that again so we make sure we've got that right?
Votes cast by Councilmember Hurt are Ashley Davis, Treveda Jordan, Brenda Ross, and John Zerker.
Councilmember Hurt? Good. Okay, thank you.
Votes cast by Councilmember Hall are Jamel Campbell Gooch, Ovid Timothy Hughes, Eartha Luma, and Brenda Ross. Votes cast by Councilmember Hastings are Hamid Abdullah, James Floyd, Ovid Timothy Hughes, and Najaniro Pullen.
Okay, Madam Clerk, tell you what, if you don't mind reading it a little bit slower, we're trying to keep up. And then I want to make sure that the council member is asked to make sure that there's a confirmation. So, Councilmember Hall, good? Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk. Did we just read yours? Okay, I was behind. Okay, so the clerk is going faster than I can keep up. Okay, so Councilmember Hall, we got yours. Councilmember Hastings, we got yours. Thank you. And thank you for pointing that out. Madam Clerk? So not only are we trying to catch up, the clerk staff is trying to catch up, so we're going to slow it down just a little bit. While we do have a break in the action, we do have several council members that are not here because they are ill, and just wanted to say that our thoughts and prayers go out to them. I know particularly Councilmember Swope and Councilmember Weiner are not in good health, but I know they're watching, and I believe they were wishing they were here. Okay. You ready? Madam Clerk.
Votes cast by Councilmember Haywood are Jamel Campbell Gooch, Ashley Davis, Alvin Miller, and Brenda Ross. Is that correct?
Okay. Okay.
Votes cast by Councilmember Scott Davis.
Okay.
For Hamid Abdullah, Jamel Campbell Gooch, Lucas Leverett, and Brenda Ross. Is that correct?
Okay.
Votes cast by Councilmember Withers are for Hamid Abdullah, Jamel Campbell Gooch, Ovid Timothy Hughes, and John Zerker. Votes cast by Councilmember Van Rees are for Ashley Davis, Ovid Timothy Hughes, Andres Martinez, and Ethel Pointer.
Madam Clerk, could you repeat that?
Ashley Davis, Ovid Timothy Hughes, Andres Martinez, and Ethel Pointer.
Councilmember Van Rees? Right? Okay.
Ethel Pointer. Ethel Pointer. Votes cast by Councilmember Pridemore are for Bobby Brax, Ashley Davis, Ethel Pointer, and John Zerker.
Councilmember Pridemore? Okay. Councilmember Purdue? So, Councilmember Purdue, we are going to read the names of your ballot and just, well, we knew that you signed it, but we want to make sure that you signed it appropriately. And can I see the ballot to make sure he did sign? Did he sign? I see something down there, so that looks close enough. All right, so if you will read Councilmember Purdue's names, please.
That would be for Bobby Brax, Ashley Davis, and John Zerker.
So, Councilmember Purdue, 3 names? And the 3 names that we read are correct? All right. Councilmember Purdue, I'm going to frame that ballot. All right. Madam Clerk?
The votes cast by Councilmember Hager are for Kayo Bashir. Jamel Campbell Gooch, Eugenia Grayer, and John Zerker.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Got it. Madam Clerk?
Votes cast by Councilman Glover are for Amanda Harrison and Howard Jones.
Okay. Councilmember? Just 2, right? Okay.
Votes by Councilman Roten are for Ashley Davis, Steve Ganaway, Timothy Thompson, and John Zerker.
Okay. Councilmember Roden? Okay, thank you.
Votes by Councilmember Sledge are for Kayo Bashir, Ashley Davis, Amani Kelly, and Andres Martinez.
Would you go back over that? Madam Clerk?
Kayo Bashir, Ashley Davis, Amani Kelly, and Andres Martinez.
Councilmember Sledge, good? Okay, so hold on just a second.
Well, can you change for right now?
So, members of the council, people in the viewing audience, people in the back of the chamber, we are being very, very careful. Okay, we're checking and double checking to make sure we have this right. I would say this is, I think it's been stressed that this is one of the most important things this council, ever since I've been on the council, has done, and we're trying to make sure that we are very careful in our process. So that's why you see us stopping every so often to make sure we have this right. All right, so just bear with us.
So I'm reading
You're
the
going to read.
votes cast by Councilmember Sledge
Okay.
again. Kayo Bashir, Ashley Davis, Amani Kelly, and Andres Martinez. Votes cast by Councilmember Allen are for Jamel Campbell Gooch, Ashley Davis, Steve Ganaway, and John Zerker.
Councilmember Allen said that was correct. Okay.
Votes cast by Councilmember O'Connell are for Kayo Bashir, William Leslie, Amanda Lucas, and Eartha Luma.
Councilmember O'Connell, that's correct. Thank you. Madam Clerk, you ready?
Votes cast by Councilmember Roberts are for Ashley Davis, Steve Ganaway, Andres Martinez, and John Zerker.
Madam Clerk, our ballots are numbered. Do you have that numbered ballot? You see it? Yes. So it might be easier if you, is it easier for you if we call it the number?
Well, actually, is yours numbered?
Okay, so if you call the number of the candidate, so just to make sure we've got it, we've got everybody in alphabetical order with a number beside it, so that way we can double check and see where the number is. So if you don't mind doing that from now on, it just may help identify where everybody is.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the votes cast by Councilmember Kendall are number 1, Hamid Abdullah, 16, Steve Ganaway, 21, Bobby Hill, and 29, Sheila Clemens Lee.
Okay. Councilmember Kendall, is that correct? That's just a wave, or is that good? Thank you. All right.
Votes cast by Councilmember Johnson are for number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch, 11, Ashley Davis, 36, Andres Martinez, and 38, Alvin Miller. 39, Mia Moorfield. I'll start over.
Okay.
7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. 36, Andres Martinez. 39, Mia Moorfield.
Councilmember Johnson, is that right? Okay, thank you.
Votes cast by Councilmember Murphy are for number 4, Bobby Brax. 11, Ashley Davis. 36, Andres Martinez. 46, Brenda Ross.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
Votes by Councilmember Pulley are number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 31, William Leslie. 49, Marcus Shute.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Elrod. Number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 18, Eugenia Grayer. 36, Andres Martinez. 57, John Zerker.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Blaylock. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 20, Amanda Harrison. 34, Amanda Lucas. 46, Brenda Ross. Is that correct?
Correct? Thank you, Councilmember.
Votes by Councilmember Vercher. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. Number 32, Lucas Leverett. Number 46, Brenda Ross. Number 54, Dolores Vandevert.
Okay. That's correct? Thank you, Councilmember.
Votes by Councilmember Potts. Number 5, Anthony Brooks. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 32, Lucas Leverett. 46, Brenda Ross.
Is that correct? Were there 3 or 4 votes in there? 4. Got it. Okay, thank you.
By Councilmember Bedney. Number 3, Kayo Bashir. Number 34, Amanda Lucas. 35, Eartha Luma. 36, Andres Martinez. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Dowell. 11, Ashley Davis. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 50, Timothy Thompson. 57, John Zerker. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
From Councilmember Lee. Number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 5, Anthony Brooks. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 46, Brenda Ross. Thank you.
Councilmember, is that correct? Okay, thank you.
By Councilmember Henderson. Number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 34, Amanda Lucas. 39, Mia Moorfield. Thank you.
Councilmember, correct? Okay.
By Councilmember Rosenberg. Number 4, Bobby Brax. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. 16, Steve Ganaway. Thank you.
Okay. So did anybody, we got everybody's vote, no changes, we got everybody secured. So at this point, it's going to take a little while to tabulate. We will remain in session. Everybody's microphones are off. So if you will just give us a few minutes, we will be tabulating the votes, and we will proceed from there, okay? I will tell you that once we are ready to announce the results of the first round, I will bang the gavel, we'll send somebody out in case people are in the back, and we'll bring everybody back in, all right? So we remain in session. Okay. So could I have your attention? We're not quite ready to go back in, but we have a question. Is there a Mr. Bobby Brax here? Mr. Brax here? Mr. Brax, would you mind meeting Mr. Jameson just out here in the hallway? Thank you. We're not in recess, but we're not ready to proceed. We just had a question. All right. So I'm going to turn back off the microphones. We are still in session. We just are finishing up the questions. Thank you. So you're going to read the names of those. I know. Did Marlene go get everybody, I think? Ready? Madam Clerk? Okay, so the way I understand, we have tabulated the votes, and we have 30 people that made it through the first round. Mr. Jameson, I'm going to turn you on as well. 30 people, it's my understanding that we counted. We went to the top 29. There were actually 30 people that got votes, so the 29th person would have gotten one vote.
That is correct.
And then we added the 30th person, so we have 30 people that have qualified. If the clerk would read the names of those qualified, what you see, well, it was up on the board, but once you read the names, and then we'll put the whole list of the 30 people that have qualified to be considered for round 2. Madam Clerk?
Number 1, Hamid Abdullah. Number 3, Kayo Bashir. 4, Bobby Brax. 5, Anthony Brooks. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. 15, James Floyd. 16, Steve Ganaway. 18, Eugenia Grayer. 20, Amanda Harrison. 21, Bobby Hill. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 24, Howard Jones. 25, Treveda Jordan. 26, Amani Kelly. 29, Sheila Clemens Lee. 31, William Leslie. 32, Lucas Leverett. 34, Amanda Lucas. 35, Eartha Luma. 36, Andres Martinez. 38, Alvin Miller. 39, Mia Moorfield. 43, Ethel Pointer. 44, Najaniro Pullen. 46, Brenda Ross. 49, Marcus Shute. 50, Timothy Thompson. 53, Kate Tucker. 54, Dolores Vandevert. 57, John Zerker.
Okay, so we're going to double check. Hold on.
Dave just wants to make sure that in the next round, let's say you cast a vote for an ineligible candidate now, we're not going to go back and give you a chance to fix that because that would game the system. So caution them.
So here's my question. Did you get Kate Tucker? I didn't have her listed.
Did not, sorry, it would help if I checked the right sheet.
Hey, Dave, you're right.
No, she did not get a vote.
Madam Clerk. Okay, so you mentioned somebody who we don't, Kate Tucker did not get a vote. Okay. All right, so we need to go back and clarify that. Okay. So we, again, we are going very carefully through this process. We read a name that did not qualify. It is number 53, Kate Tucker. So we apologize for the wrong information, but Ms. Tucker will not be on the ballot going forward. So I think we counted the number of people who actually would hit the top 29. We actually, the 29th person had one vote. And so we go, there were 30 people. So we go down to the next level. We will have 30 people eligible for consideration on the second round. Mr. Jameson, is that correct?
That is correct, and they're projected. You don't cast your vote for the wrong person.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, we are now on the second round of ballots, okay? We have 30 people to consider. So as we said, we would start with 57. We started with 57, we took half, which would be 29. The 29th person and the 30th person got the same number of votes. So we actually have 30 people to consider. What you see on the board, members of the council, are the people that, if the line is crossed through, that means they're no longer eligible for the second round of voting. Again, for those of you in the audience who are nominees, this is, again, phase one. So you'll be put back in on phase two when we get to the 3 slots that are available for the larger group, which is 100 and I think will eventually be 120 people. So please stay. But for purposes of phase one, and again, we're voting on 4 members who fit the criteria that they reside in economically distressed communities. That's where we are right now. We have 30 people to consider. You will see them on the board. I will tell you that, council members, if you vote for someone that is that has been disqualified, that ballot will be that one vote will not count. We'll throw that vote out. Okay, you don't get a chance to redo it. So please be careful. Watch the board. Again, if you vote for somebody who is not eligible for voting on the second round, we will throw that one vote out. The other 3 votes, if you do 3 votes, will still count, but that one vote will not count, and we will not give you another chance to vote. Is that clear? Councilmember Allen? Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And from this group, when we tally votes, we will end up with half of this number, which is 15. Is that correct?
Councilmember Allen, that is correct. So we start with 30. So we will be looking to take the top half again. And so obviously 30 divided by 2 is 15. So you're correct. Any other questions before we get started? So again, and we should have said it at the beginning, so we have 32 members voting. The required number to hit the 50% plus 1, 32 divided by 2 is 16. It was 17. So no one hit the 17 that was required for a majority. Okay? So have the ballots been passed out for round 2? Ballots have been passed out for round 2. If you look at your yellow sheet, it should say round 2 up in the right-hand corner. Unless there are any questions, we are ready to vote for round 2. You can vote for 4. All right, so all ballots are in. Again, people could vote for 4. We're in round 2. We had 30 people eligible to be voted on. Madam Clerk, are you ready? And again, remember what we're going to go, we are going to go through, she's going to call out the name of the council member, list or read the votes, make sure that those are confirmed, and then we'll go on. And we're asking the clerk, just for our benefit, to read the numbers and proceed in that direction. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Proceed ahead.
Votes cast by Councilmember Cooper are for Bobby Brax, number 4. Number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. And 36, Andres Martinez.
Okay, before you proceed, is that correct? Okay, just for everybody, just to make sure, because I didn't mention this last time, there are 32 members of the council present and voting. So in order to hit the majority, you have to have 17 votes. Okay? All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Votes cast by Councilmember Gilmore are for Hamid Abdullah. Number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. And 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Votes cast by Councilmember Mendez are for number 4, Bobby Brax. 11, Ashley Davis. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Votes by Councilmember Hurt. Number 11, Ashley Davis. 18, Eugenia Grayer. 46, Brenda Ross. 57, John Zerker. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Votes by Councilmember Hall. Number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 24, Howard Jones. 44, Najanero Pullen. Right?
Council member, correct? Thank you.
From Councilmember Hastings, number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 44, Najanero Pullen. 57, John Zerker. Correct? Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
By Councilmember Haywood. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. 38, Alvin Miller. 46, Brenda Ross.
Correct,
Ms. Haywood?
council member?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
By Councilmember Scott Davis. 1, Hamid Abdullah. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 32, Lucas Leverett. 46, Brenda Ross.
Councilmember Davis, correct? Thank you.
From Councilmember Withers. Number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 57, John Zerker. Thank you. By Councilmember Van Rees. Number 3, Kayo Bashir. 11, Ashley Davis. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Pridemore. Number 4, Bobby Brax. 11, Ashley Davis. 43, Ethel Pointer. 57, John Zerker.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Pardue votes for number 4, Bobby Brax. 11, Ashley Davis. 57, John Zerker. Thank you.
That's correct. Thank you for being in your seat this time. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Hager cast votes for number 3, Kayo Bashir. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 18, Eugenia Grayer. And 57, John Zerker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Glover cast votes for Amanda Harrison, number 20. And number 24, Howard Jones.
Correct? All right, thank you.
By Councilmember Roten. Number 3, Kayo Bashir. 18, Eugenia Grayer. 50, Timothy Thompson. 57, John Zerker. Thank you. Councilmember Sledge votes for number 3, Kayo Bashir. 11, Ashley Davis. 36, Andres Martinez. And 43, Ethel Pointer. Is that right, Councilman Sledge? Thank you. Councilmember Allen votes for number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. 16, Steve Ganaway. And 46, Brenda Ross. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember O'Connell votes for number 3, Kayo Bashir. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 34, Amanda Lucas. And 35, Eartha Luma. Thank you. Councilmember Roberts votes for number 11, Ashley Davis. 16, Steve Ganaway. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 36, Andres Martinez. Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kendall. Number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 16, Steve Ganaway. 21, Bobby Hill. 29, Sheila Clemens Lee. Is that right, Councilmember Kendall? Thank you. Councilmember Johnson votes for number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. And 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember Murphy. Number 4, Bobby Brax. 11, Ashley Davis. 36, Andres Martinez. 46, Brenda Ross. Thank you. Councilmember Pulley. Number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. Is that correct? That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Elrod. Number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 18, Eugenia Grayer. 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Blaylock. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 20, Amanda Harrison. 34, Amanda Lucas. 46, Brenda Ross. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Vercher. Number 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 29, Sheila Clemens Lee. 32, Lucas Leverett. 46, Brenda Ross. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Potts. 5, Anthony Brooks. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 32, Lucas Leverett. 46, Brenda Ross. Thank you. Councilmember Bedney. 3, Kayo Bashir. 34, Amanda Lucas. 35, Eartha Luma. 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Dowell. Number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 11, Ashley Davis. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 57, John Zerker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Lee. 1, Hamid Abdullah. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Henderson. 11, Ashley Davis. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 36, Andres Martinez. 39, Mia Moorfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Rosenberg. 4, Bobby Brax. 7, Jamel Campbell Gooch. 11, Ashley Davis. 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you.
Okay. We've got everybody's votes in. Everybody good? We confirmed everyone's votes. Okay. Again, we will tabulate. So we, again, we are not in recess, but we will take a few minutes to tabulate the votes, and we'll bang the gavel when we're ready to announce. Thank you. If I can get the members back to their seats. All right, so we have completed the tabulations of the votes. Based upon the second round of voting, the Metro Council has selected 2 people to serve on the Community Oversight Board with a majority of the votes of those members of the council here present and voting. Ms. Ashley Davis, congratulations. Ms. Davis, are you here? And also with the majority of those of the votes of the council members present and voting, Jamel Campbell Gooch. So congratulations. So we have 2 spots filled. And now I'm going to turn it over to the Metropolitan Clerk. So again, remember that the number we started with was 30. So we go half, so we go 15. Actually, there will be 17 people still to be considered as we vote in round 3. Madam Clerk, if you will read the names of the people who are still to be considered for nomination.
The remaining eligible Phase 1 nominees are Hamid Abdullah, Kayo Bashir.
Madam Clerk, hold on just a second. The council members have requested that you do it by number as well, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 3, Kayo Bashir. 4, Bobby Brax. 16, Steve Ganaway. 18, Eugenia Grayer. 20, Amanda Harrison. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 24, Howard Jones. 29, Sheila Clemens Lee. 34, Amanda Lucas. 35, Eartha Luma. I need to go back to 32, Lucas Leverett. I've already announced 34, Amanda Lucas. 35, Eartha Luma. 36, Andres Martinez. 43, Ethel Pointer. 44, Najaniro Pullen. 46, Brenda Ross. 57, John Zerker.
Okay. So again, those were 17 names. Those will be considered on the next ballot. All right, is there a question? We're double checking one thing first. On this next round, yes, we have selected 2 out of this process. You will be voting for 2. You will have the 17 names. Austin has put that on the board. So again, remember, if you vote for someone who is no longer eligible for consideration, that vote will be thrown out. You will be voting for only 2. And I believe we have passed out the ballots. It will be round 3. So, Madam Clerk, I believe all ballots are in. If you will read the ballots and then confirm with the council members.
Votes cast by Councilmember Cooper are for Bobby Brax, number 4, and number 36, Andres Martinez. Is that right, Councilman Cooper? Thank you. Cast by Councilmember Gilmore, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes, and 36, Andres Martinez. Is that right, Councilmember? Thank you.
Okay.
By Councilmember Mendez, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes, 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. By Councilmember Hurt, 36, Andres Martinez, 46, Brenda Ross. Thank you.
Thank you.
By Councilmember Hall, number 1, Hamid Abdullah, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. Is that right, Councilmember? Thank you. Councilmember Hastings, number 1, Hamid Abdullah, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. Thank you. Councilmember Haywood, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes, 36, Andres Martinez. Is that right, Councilmember? Thank you. Councilmember Scott Davis, 1, Hamid Abdullah, 35, Eartha Luma. Is that right, Councilmember? Thank you. Councilmember Withers, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes, 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. By Councilmember Van Rees, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes, 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember Pridemore, 46, Brenda Ross, 57, John Zerker. Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Councilmember Pardue, 4, Bobby Brax, 57, John Zerker. Thank you. Councilmember Hager, 418, Eugenia Grayer, and 46, Brenda Ross. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Roten, for 3.
Wait a minute, hold on. Councilmember Glover.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Councilmember Glover left?
Okay.
Got it?
Yes, I do. Thank
Well,
you.
whoever is sitting in Councilman Glover's seat that looks like Councilman Glover, if you would read his ballot.
Councilmember Glover. Amanda Harrison, 20, and 57, John Zerker. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, Councilmember Roten. 3, Kayo Bashir, and 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember Sledge, for 3, Kayo Bashir, 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember Allen votes for 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes, and 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell, number 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes, 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember Roberts, is it correct that one of the votes was for Jamel Campbell Gooch? Okay, she's already been placed on the board. The other vote is for Andres Martinez. Thank you. Oh, Andres, 36. For Councilmember Kendall, 21, Bobby Hill. 36, Andres Martinez. Is that right, Councilmember? Thank you. Councilmember Johnson, number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, number 4, Bobby Brax. 46, Brenda Ross. Thank you. Councilmember Pulley votes for 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. Thank you. Councilmember Elrod, number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember Blaylock, for 20, Amanda Harrison. 34, Amanda Lucas. Thank you. Councilmember Vercher, 32, Lucas Leverett. 46, Brenda Ross. Is that correct, Councilmember? Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Potts, 32, Lucas Leverett. 46, Brenda Ross. Thank you. Councilmember Bedney, number 34, Amanda Lucas. 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember Dowell, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 34, Amanda Lucas. Thank you. Councilmember Lee, number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 34, Amanda Lucas. Thank you. Councilmember Rosenberg, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 36, Andres Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to tabulate the votes. Ready? So if I can get the members to take their seats. Okay, so we have tabulated after round 3. So I want to congratulate Andres Martinez, who got a majority of the votes. So Mr. Martinez has now been elected to be a member of the Community Oversight Board. So we are now down on the 4th round there is still one vacancy remaining in this phase. When we take the top 2, we would take, because there's one slot, you multiply it by 2. But we had a 2-way tie for second place. So we have 3 individuals that will be listed on the ballot. I believe we can do it on the board. We will be voting for 1 because we have 1 slot open. Madam Clerk, if you will read the names of the 3 individuals who are under consideration on this final round.
The remaining eligible Phase 1 nominees are number 1, Hamid Abdullah, 23, Ovid Timothy Hughes, 46, Brenda Ross. And these votes, rather than on the ballot, will be taken on the tablet.
Okay. So we will not be passing out a ballot. You can vote on the machine. Okay. Again, 3 names to consider. You can only vote for 1. Everybody clear? Madam Clerk, are we ready to open up the machines? Again, you're voting for 1. We have 1 slot left. There will be 3 names that will show up on your screen. I believe we're ready. Madam Clerk, if you will open up the machines. So again, we are voting. We have 3 names to consider. You can vote for 1. We have 1 slot open. Madam Clerk, we've got it all. Madam Clerk, if you will close the machines and take the vote.
11 votes for Ovid Timothy Hughes, 9 votes for Hamid Abdullah, 12 votes for Brenda Ross.
Okay. Well, so let me. So there is still no majority. So we are. We now go to a what would be the 5th round. Okay. So what we do is, again, we still have 1 vacant slot. So let me make. So this is how this works. Pursuant to the charter amendment, in order to be elected to the board, you have to get a majority of the members of the council who are present and voting. So there are 32 members of the council present and voting. You have to get 17 votes. So even though Ms. Ross got 12 votes and Mr. Ovid Timothy Hughes got 11, you have to get 17 votes to get on. So what we do is now we go to a 5th round. So the top half, we would do it the same way, since we didn't get someone elected on that round. So we have one slot open, you multiply it by 2, and you take the top 2. So we will now be voting on the 5th round. We'll be voting between Ms. Brenda Ross and Mr. Ovid Timothy Hughes. Okay? So everybody understand what we're doing? We're waiting for the clerk's office to get the board ready. So we are now to, again, 2 candidates. We are voting for 1. Austin, you ready? So, Madam Clerk, again, everyone clear? Any questions? You're voting for 1. We have 2 candidates on the screen. Madam Clerk, open up the machines.
We don't have a tag in here.
Oh, we have a problem with Councilmember Hastings' machine.
Austin. Austin, I think.
So everyone hold on, the board is open. Councilmember Hastings has broken his machine. Right, can we just go ahead and do that? So can we hand him a ballot? So, Councilmember Hastings, I believe you're the only machine that is open. Would you be willing to announce your vote?
Good? Oh.
Okay, all right. All right, so all the votes are in. Madam Clerk, close the machines and take the vote.
13 votes for Ovid Timothy Hughes and 19 votes for Brenda Ross.
Ms. Brenda Ross, with a majority of council members present and voting. You are the fourth nominee. Ms. Ross, what I was trying to say as everybody was clapping was with the majority number of votes by the council members who are present and voting, you get the fourth seat in this first phase, and you will serve on the Community Oversight Board. So congratulations. Okay. All right, so let's go back over where we are. We have now completed phase one. Thank you all for your patience. Let me make sure I've got the right names of everybody who is serving on the Community Oversight Board. We have too many pieces of paper. So we have Miss Ashley Davis, Jamel Campbell Gooch, got Andres Martinez, and Brenda Ross. So congratulations again. All right, so we are going to reset here. We are through with phase one. We will now go to phase two. And I think we're taking up papers. We're ready to go? Okay, so let's go back over where we are now with phase two. So again, remember, we have elected 4 off the first group. The 53 remaining nominees that were in that first group will now merge into the second group. We now have 120 individuals who will be considered for 3 spots on the first round of voting. These are for the 3 remaining seats for individuals who have been nominated by community organizations or through a petition, through a self-nomination through petition. So we have 120. There are 3 vacancies. So you will be voting for 3. We have passed out, I believe, the ballot at this point for the first round of round 2. Again, there are 120 names. So again, we will now be in the first phase. We will be taking the top 50%, or the at this point it would be the top 60. So remember, you're casting votes for 3 individuals. Oh, go ahead, Jameson, break down. Marlene, are we good? We got them all? Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, do we have all the ballots? Yes. Okay. So all the ballots are in, and then what we're going to do is do like we did the first round through phase one. We're going to, you should have voted for 3. And Madam Clerk, if you will read the ballots and confirm with the council members.
Yes, Vice Mayor. Upon request, I'm going to read these slower than I have been because this is a very long ballot. Councilmember Cooper submits votes for 24. James Donnelly. 115. Emmett Turner. 117. Jay Voorhees. Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore votes for 38. Daniel Griffin. 43. Arnold Hayes. 67. Adele Lewis. Councilmember Mendez. 38. Daniel Griffin. 43. Arnold Hayes. 109. Matthew Sweeney. Thank you. Councilmember Hurt. 15. Terry Clayton. 43. Arnold Hayes. 72. Danita Marsh.
Madam Clerk, let me stop you for just a second. Again, just to remind people, we're still with 32 council members present and voting. In order to get a majority, you have to get 17. Just want to make sure. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Hall. 49. Ovid Timothy Hughes. 67. Adele Lewis. 115. Emmett Turner. Is that right, Councilmember? Thank you. Councilmember Hastings. Number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 49. Ovid Timothy Hughes. 115. Emmett Turner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Haywood. 34. Steve Ganaway. 49. Ovid Timothy Hughes. 115. Emmett Turner. Thank you. Councilmember Scott Davis. 1. Hamid Abdullah. 43. Arnold Hayes. 84. Robert Nash. Thank you. Councilmember Withers. Number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 5, Charles Beard. 86, Roosevelt Noble. Thank you. Councilmember Van Reese. 49, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 86, Roosevelt Noble. 117, Jay Voorhees. Thank you. Councilmember Pridemore. 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. 115, Emmett Turner. Is that right, Councilmember? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Pardue. 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. 115, Emmett Turner. Thank you. Councilmember Hager. 37, Eugenia Grayer. 53, Howard Jones. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Glover. 42, Amanda Harrison. 124, John Zerker. Thank you. Councilmember Roten. 33, Tandra Freeman. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Sledge. 7, Kayo Bashir. 86, Roosevelt Noble. 90, Brittany Pascal. Thank you. Councilmember Allen. 72, Danita Marsh. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell. 43, Arnold Hayes. 58, Isaac Kimes. 71, Eartha Luma. Thank you. Councilmember Roberts. 24, James Donnelly. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Thank you. Councilmember Kendall. 1, Hamid Abdullah. 34, Steve Ganaway. 49, Ovid Timothy Hughes.
Councilmember, good.
Councilmember Johnson. 67, Adele Lewis. 86, Roosevelt Noble. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Murphy. 24, James Donnelly. 72, Danita Marsh. 84, Robert Nash. Thank you. Councilmember Pulley. 24, James Donnelly. 72, Danita Marsh. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Elrod. Number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 32, Tricia France. 115, Emmett Turner. Thank you. Councilmember Blaylock. 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. 109, Matthew Sweeney. Thank you. Councilmember Vercher. 49, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 66, Lucas Leverett. 117, Jay Voorhees.
Councilmember? Good.
Councilmember Potts. 49, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 66, Lucas Leverett. 84, Robert Nash. Councilmember Bedney. 7, Kayo Bashir. 15, Terry Clayton. 70, Amanda Lucas. Councilmember Dowell. 67, Adele Lewis. 70, Amanda Lucas. 115, Emmett Turner. Thank you. Councilmember Lee. 28, Kristen Fields. 67, Adele Lewis. 81, Mia Moorfield. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson. 67, Adele Lewis. 70, Amanda Lucas. 81, Mia Moorfield. Councilmember Rosenberg. 84, Robert Nash. 87, Mabel Osemwegi. 90, Brittany Pascal. Thank you.
Any problems, concerns? We've verified everybody's vote. All right, we're going to take a moment to tabulate. So if the members can go back to their seats, thank you for your patience. So we have now tabulated the votes off of round one in phase two. I will tell you that, again, with 32 members of the council present and voting, you had to get 17 votes. No one on round one of phase two got 17 votes. So we go to round two. You still have 3 votes. We still have 3 open slots. We started with 120 names. Under the process that we're using, we would then take 50% or the top 60. But based upon the votes, only 30 people got votes, so we go to the lesser number. So we have 30 people to consider for round two. Again, what you will be doing is you will be voting for 3, because there were 3 open slots, but the number of people to be considered is now down to 30. Madam Clerk, if you will read the names of the people to be considered on round two.
Following names remaining eligible in phase two of the voting are number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 5,
Go ahead and read it first, and then we'll put up the names. Then we'll ask Austin to put the names up on the board, and you'll see who's eligible and who's not. Okay?
okay. Number 5, Charles Beard. 7, Kayo Bashir. 15, Terry Clayton. 24, James Donnelly. 28, Kristen Fields. 32, Trisha France. 33, Tandra Freeman. 34, Steve Ganaway. 37, Eugenia Grayer. 38, Daniel Griffin. 42, Amanda Harrison. 43, Arnold Hayes. Go back. 49, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 53, Howard Jones. 58, Isaac Kimes. 66, Lucas Leverett. 67, Adele Lewis. 70, Amanda Lucas. 71, Eartha Luma. 72, Danita Marsh. 81, Mia Moorfield. 84, Robert Nash. 86, Roosevelt Noble. 87, Mabel Osemwegi. 90, Brittany Pascal. 109, Matthew Sweeney. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. 124, John Zerker.
Okay. Everybody understand where we are? Okay, Austin, if you don't mind putting up the list, we're going to put up the list on the board. It'll have to scroll, so you'll have to see it because we have so many names. But obviously the names in green are the individuals that you can consider on round two. You will be voting for 3 members or 3 nominees. Again, only 3, and you cannot vote for someone who is now off the list. All right? I think the ballots have been passed out. Okay, we have collected all the ballots. We are now going to let the clerk read through and verify your ballots. Madam Clerk, proceed ahead. I will tell you again, there are 32 members of the council present and voting. So in order to get a majority of that, you have to get 17 votes. All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Cooper's ballot. Number 24, James Donnelly. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Gilmore's ballot. 43, Arnold Hayes. 67, Adele Lewis. 81, Mia Moorfield. Is that right, Councilmember? Thank you. Councilmember Mendez's ballot. 38, Daniel Griffin. 43, Arnold Hayes. 109, Matthew Sweeney. Thank you. Councilmember Hertz ballot. 24, James Donnelly. 43, Arnold Hayes. 72, Danita Marsh. Thank you. Councilmember Hall's ballot. 1, Hamid Abdullah. 53, Howard Jones. 115, Emmett Turner.
Councilmember Hastings, the clerk needs to see you. There we go.
If he'll sign.
So for purposes of the viewing audience, we haven't read his ballot. He needed to sign the ballot before we read it. Okay.
Councilmember Hastings' ballot. 72, Danita Marsh. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Is that right,
Councilmember
Thank
Hastings.
you. Councilmember Haywood. 24, James Donnelly. 34, Steve Ganaway. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Scott Davis. 43, Arnold Hayes. 84, Robert Nash. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Withers. 72, Danita Marsh. 86, Roosevelt Noble. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Van Rees. 72, Danita Marsh. 86, Roosevelt Noble. 109, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Pradmore. 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Pardue. 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Hager. 84, Robert Nash. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Glover. 42, Amanda Harrison. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roten. 72, Danita Marsh. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Sledge. 7, Kayo Bashir. 58, Isaac Kimes. 90, Brittany Pascal. Councilmember Allen. 72, Danita Marsh. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember O'Connell. 43, Arnold Hayes. 58, Isaac Kimes. 71, Eartha Luma. Councilmember Roberts. 24, James Donnelly. 115, Emmett Turner. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Kendall. 15, Terry Clayton. 43, Arnold Hayes. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Johnson. 67, Adele Lewis. 86, Roosevelt Noble. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Murphy. 24, James Donnelly. 72, Danita Marsh. 109, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Pulley. 24, James Donnelly. 72, Danita Marsh. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Elrod. 1, Hamid Abdullah. 32, Tricia France. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Blaylock. 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. 109, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Vercher. 43, Arnold Hayes. 66, Lucas Leverett. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Potts. 66, Lucas Leverett. 84, Robert Nash. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Bedney. 7, Kayo Bashir. 15, Terry Clayton. 70, Amanda Lucas. Councilmember Dowell. 67, Adele Lewis. 70, Amanda Lucas. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Lee. 28, Kristen Fields. 67, Adele Lewis. 81, Mia Moorfield. Councilmember Henderson. 67, Adele Lewis. 109, Matthew Sweeney. 115, Emmett Turner. Councilmember Rosenberg. 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. 115, Emmett Turner.
Okay, so all the votes have been verified. We will tabulate. Any questions or concerns? Okay, thank you. Thank you, members of the council. Okay, so we have tabulated the votes, and having received a majority of the votes of those council members present and voting, Mr. Emmett Turner has been elected to the Community Oversight Board. Mr. Turner? All right, so we have one selected in this next phase, in phase two. We now have two outstanding positions still open. We started with 30 on that last round, so pursuant to our voting process, we take the top 50%, or at 30, we would take the top 15, and it actually works out that way this time. So I'm going to ask the clerk to read the 15 nominees that are still in consideration for the two vacancies in this phase. Madam Clerk?
That would be number 1, Hamid Abdullah. 7, Kayo Bashir. 15, Terry Clayton. 24, James Donnelly. 43, Arnold Hayes. 58, Isaac Kimes. 66, Lucas Leverett. 67, Adele Lewis. 70, Amanda Lucas. 72, Danita Marsh. 81, Mia Moorfield. 84, Robert Nash. 86, Roosevelt Noble. 109, Matthew Sweeney. 117, Jay Voorhees.
Okay, so Austin is going to put the names back up on the board, so you'll see who the remaining 15 nominees that we are considering on this round. Again, we have, out of this whole phase, we were to select 3. We have selected 1, so we have 2 remaining slots. So you will be voting for 2 on this round. Again, the screens will keep rolling so that you can see who the remaining 15 nominees are on this round. You will be voting for 2, and you have your ballots. we have all the ballots in. The clerk is going to read your ballots and verify. Madam Clerk?
By Councilmember Cooper, 24, James Donnelly. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Gilmore, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Mendez, 43, Arnold Hayes. 109, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Hurt, 43, Arnold Hayes. 67, Adele Lewis. Councilmember Hall, 1, Hamid Abdullah. 67, Adele Lewis. Councilmember Hastings, 1, Hamid Abdullah. 72, Danita Marsh. Danita Marsh.
72. Okay.
Councilmember Haywood, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh.
Councilmember Haywood, right? Okay.
Councilmember Scott Davis, 43, Arnold Hayes. 84, Robert Nash. Councilmember Withers, 72, Danita Marsh. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Van Reese, 70, Amanda Lucas. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Pridemore, 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. Councilmember Pardue, 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. Councilmember Hager, 84, Robert Nash. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Glover, 67, Adele Lewis. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roten, 72, Danita Marsh. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Sledge, 43, Arnold Hayes. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Allen, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember O'Connell, 43, Arnold Hayes. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roberts, 67, Adele Lewis. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Kendall, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Johnson, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Murphy, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Pulley, 24, James Donnelly. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Elrod. 1, Hamid Abdullah. 67, Adele Lewis. Councilmember Blaylock. 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash. Councilmember Bircher. 67, Adele Lewis. 117, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Potts. 43, Arnold Hayes. 66, Lucas Leverett. Councilmember Bedney. 7, Kayo Bashir. 43, Arnold Hayes. Councilmember Dowell. 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Lee. 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Henderson. 67, Adele Lewis. 109, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Rosenberg. 24, James Donnelly. 84, Robert Nash.
Is that correct? Okay. Okay, we're going to tabulate the votes. All right, so we have tabulated the votes. No one in round 3 of Phase 2 got the majority of the votes needed to obtain a seat. So we are now in round 4. And as we go into round 4, here's what we did pursuant to the election process that we adopted. So we have 2 vacancies still left. What we do is we then take the 2, multiply by 2 to see how many nominees we will consider on this round. So 2 open vacancies, we multiply 2, we take the top 4 vote getters. Madam Clerk, if you will indicate who the top 4 vote getters were on round 3 that we will consider on round 4.
That will be number 48, 43, Arnold Hayes, 67, Adele Lewis, 72, Danita Marsh, 117, Jay Voorhees.
Okay, and Austin's going to post that on the board. Well, he's going to put it on the board. We're going to have to ask you to do a paper ballot because you can't select 2 out of those 4 on the machine. Okay, so everyone should have a ballot. This is Phase 2, Round 4. I'm sorry that we can't put it on the board, but those are the 4 individuals that you will be voting for, and you can vote for 2. Okay, all the votes have come in, and what we're going to do is, as we normally do, is we're going to let the clerk read the ballots and verify, and then we'll tabulate. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Cooper, 67. Adele Lewis, 117. Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Gilmore, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Mendez, 43. Arnold Hayes, 67. Adele Lewis. Councilmember Hurt, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh.
Okay.
Councilmember Hall, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Hastings, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Haywood, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Scott Davis, 43. Arnold Hayes, 67. Adele Lewis. Councilmember Withers, 67. Adele Lewis, 117. Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Van Reese, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Pridemore, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Pardue, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Hager, 72. Danita Marsh. 117. Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Glover, 67. Adele Lewis, 117. Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roten, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Sledge, 67. Adele Lewis, 117. Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Allen, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember O'Connell, 67. Adele Lewis, 117. Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roberts, 67. Adele Lewis, 117. Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Kendall, 43. Arnold Hayes, 67. Adele Lewis. Councilmember Johnson, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Murphy, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Pulley, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Elrod, 43. Arnold Hayes, 67. Adele Lewis. Councilmember Blaylock, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Bircher, 67. Adele Lewis, 72. Danita Marsh. Councilmember Potts, 43. Arnold Hayes, 67. Adele Lewis. Councilmember Bedney, 43. Arnold Hayes, 67, Adele Lewis. Councilmember Dowell, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Lee, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Henderson, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh. Councilmember Rosenberg, 67, Adele Lewis. 72, Danita Marsh.
Okay. Any corrections? Anything we missed? Okay. We're going to tabulate the votes real quick. We good? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, we have tabulated the votes. The two additional members to the Community Oversight Board, the last two in Phase 2, Adele Lewis and Danita Marsh. So congratulations. We are now down to, we have now selected and elected 7 members to the Community Oversight Board. We are now down to our last phase, Phase 3. That is the 2 members that would be elected by the council members. So we are now on, I think, the blue sheet that we have. We have 41 individuals that were nominated by council members. You will vote for 2. Those are the selections we have left. 2, and I believe all the ballots are out. So proceed ahead and cast your vote. All right, so the votes are in. Once again, we'll have the clerk read your ballots and verify. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, proceed ahead.
For Councilmember Cooper, number 8, Don Diener. 26, Don Majors. For Councilmember Gilmore, 17, Ovid Timothy Hughes. 28, Floyd Morrell. Councilmember Mendez. Number 8, Don Diener. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Hurt. 22, Monterey Lee. 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Hall. 13, Walter Holloway. 21, Erica Lanier. Councilmember Hastings. Number 8, Dawn Diener. 13, Walter Holloway.
Councilmember, good. Good, okay.
Councilmember Haywood. 13, Walter Holloway. 27, Alvin Miller. Councilmember Scott Davis. 23, Lucas Leverett. 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Withers. Number 6, Jacqueline Coleman Robinson. Number 10, Heidi Hall. Councilmember Van Reese. Number 8, Dawn Diener. Number 10, Heidi Hall. Councilmember Pridemore. Number 26, Don Majors. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Pardue. 26, Don Majors. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Hager. 16, Vincent Horsley. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Glover. 25, Richard Luff. 30, Karen Porter. Councilmember Roten. 2, Edward Baylor. 16, Vincent Horsley. Councilmember Sledge. 21, Erica Lanier. 30, Karen Porter. 29, okay, I'll read that one again, I'm sorry. 21, Erica Lanier. 29, Roosevelt Noble.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen. 8, Dawn Diener. 29, Roosevelt Noble. Councilmember O'Connell. 8, Dawn Diener. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roberts. 2, Edward Baylor. 8, Dawn Diener. Councilmember Kendall. 13, Walter Holloway. 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Johnson. 8, Dawn Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Murphy. 1, Margaret Abernathy. 36, Ronald Turner. Councilmember Pulley. Number 10, Heidi Hall. Councilmember Elrod. Number 8, Dawn Diener. 37, J. Voorhees. Councilmember Blaylock. 21, Erica Lanier. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Vercher. 23, Lucas Leverett. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Potts. 23, Lucas Leverett. 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Bedney. 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Dowell. Number 1, Margaret Abernathy. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Lee. 1, Margaret Abernathy. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Henderson. 1, Margaret Abernathy. 15, Robert Horar. Councilmember Rosenberg. 8, Don Diener. 11, Kenneth Hardy.
Okay. Any problems, any concerns? Okay, we'll tabulate the votes. Okay. Members of the council, we are getting close. All right, so on round one of phase three, we had no one that received a majority of the members of the council who were present and voting. So we started with 41. We go to 21, which is half, based upon the consistency of our process. We actually, when we did it, we actually had 22. We have to go to 22 to round down to pick up. So we have 22 names to consider on round two. Madam Clerk, if you will read the names.
Number 1, Kimmy Abernathy. Number 2, Edward Baylor. Number 6, Jacqueline Coleman Robinson. Number 8, Dawn Diener. Number 10, Heidi Hall. Number 11, Kenneth Hardy. 13, Walter Holloway. 15, Robert Horrer. 16, Benson Horsley. 17, Timothy Hughes. 21, Erica Lanier. 22, Monterey Lee. 23, Lucas Leverett. 25, Richard Luff. 26, Don Majors. 27, Elvin Miller. 28, Floyd Morrell. 29, Roosevelt Noble. 30, Karen Porter. 35, Matthew Sweeney. 36, Ronald Turner. 37, Jay Voorhees.
All right. So we have 22 people. Austin, are you going to put that on the board? Okay. Again, remember you're voting for 2. That shows the list of the people that are still eligible for consideration. Voting for 2, I think you have your ballots. Go ahead and cast your ballots. Thank you. Okay, so everybody hang with us. We're almost there. Okay, the votes are in. We're going to verify the votes. Madam Clerk.
By Councilmember Cooper. Number 8, Dawn Diener. 26, Don Majors. By Councilmember Gilmore. Number 8, Dawn Diener. Number 28, Floyd Morrell. By Councilmember Mendez. Number 8, Dawn Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Hurt. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Hall. 13, Walter Holloway. 21, Erica Lanier. Councilmember Hastings. 13, Walter Holloway. 22, Monterey Lee. Councilmember Haywood. 13, Walter Holloway. 27, Alvin Miller. Councilmember Scott Davis. 13, Walter Holloway. 23. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 23, Lucas Leverett.
Is that correct? Okay.
Councilmember Withers. Number 10, Heidi Hall. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Van Reese. Number 8, Dawn Diener. 10, Heidi Hall. Councilmember Proudmore. 26, Don Majors. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Pardue. 26, Don Majors. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Hager. 16, Vincent Horsley. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Glover. 25, Richard Luff. 30, Karen Porter. Councilmember Roten. 2, Edward Baylor. 16, Vincent Horsley. Councilmember Sledge. 21, Erica Lanier. 29, Roosevelt Noble. Councilmember Allen. Number 8, Dawn Diener. 29, Roosevelt Noble. Councilmember O'Connell. 8, Dawn Diener. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roberts. 8, Dawn Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney.
Councilman Kendall.
For Councilman Kendall, 1 vote for number 13, Walter Holloway, and number 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Johnson. Number 8, Dawn Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Murphy. Number 1, Kimmy Abernathy. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Pulley. Number 10, Hattie Hall. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Elrod. Number 8, Don Diener. Number 13, Walter Holloway. Councilmember Blaylock. 21, Erica Lanier. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Vercher. Number 23, Lucas Leverett. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Potts. Number 8, Don Diener. 23, Lucas Leverett. Councilmember Bedney. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Dowell. Number 1, Kimmy Abernathy. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Lee. Number 1, Kimmy Abernathy. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Henderson. Number 1, Kimmy Abernathy. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Rosenberg. Number 13, Walter Holloway. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney.
Okay. Any changes, any corrections? Okay, we'll tabulate the votes. Okay, so that was Phase 3, Round 2. We are close. We had no one on that round get the required majority number of votes, but we started with 22, so we take half. We're now down to 11. So, Madam Clerk, if you will read the 11 nominees that are still eligible for consideration on which will be Phase 3, Round 3.
Yes. Number 1, Kimmy Abernathy. Number 8, Dawn Diener. 10, Heidi Hall. 13, Walter Holloway. 16, Vincent Horsley. 21, Erica Lanier. 23, Lucas Leverett. 26, Don Majors. 29, Roosevelt Noble. 35, Matthew Sweeney. 37, Jay Voorhees.
Okay, any questions? Austin's going to put the list up on the board. Remember, you still have 2 votes. Do not vote for anyone who is not eligible on this round. There's the list. You've got your ballots. Go ahead and cast your ballots. Okay, the ballots are in. We're going to confirm the ballots. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Cooper. Number 8, Don Diener. 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Gilmore. Number 8, Don Diener. 13, Walter Holloway. Councilmember Mendez. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Hurt. 13, Walter Holloway. 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Hall. 13, Walter Holloway. 21, Erica Lanier. Councilmember Hastings. 13, Walter Holloway. 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Haywood. 13, Walter Holloway. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Scott Davis. 13, Walter Holloway. 23, Lucas Leverett. Councilmember Withers. Number 10, Heidi Hall. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Van Reese. Number 8, Don Diener. 29, Roosevelt Noble. Councilmember Pridemore. Number 26, Don Majors. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Pardue. 26, Don Majors. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Hager. 16, Vincent Horsley. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Glover. 35, Matthew Sweeney. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roten. Number 16, Vincent Horsley. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Sledge. 21, Erica Lanier. 29, Roosevelt Noble. Councilmember Allen. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember O'Connell. Number 8, Don Diener. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roberts. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Kendall. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 26, Don Majors. Councilmember Johnson. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Murphy. Number 1, Kibby Abernathy. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Pulley. 35, Matthew Sweeney. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Elrod. Number 8, Don Diener. 13, Walter Holloway. Councilmember Blaylock. 21, Erica Lanier. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Vercher. 23, Lucas Leverett. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Potts. Number 8, Don Diener. 23, Lucas Leverett. Councilmember Bedney. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Dowell. Number 8, Don Diener. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Lee. Number 1, Kimmy Abernathy. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Henderson. Number 29, Roosevelt Noble. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Rosenberg. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 35, Matthew Sweeney.
Okay, thank you. Any corrections, any clarifications? Seeing none, we're going to tabulate.
No, it will be, yes.
Okay, so we are now down through round three, phase three, round three. On that ballot, we still did not get a majority for any individual nominees. So at the end of this round, what we do is we take the number of slots. We still have 2 slots available, multiply it by 2, so we have 4 nominees for consideration. You will get 2 votes. We still have to do it by ballot because we still have 2 open slots. You get a vote for 2. We have 4 candidates. Madam Clerk, would you read the 4 candidates?
Number 8, Don Diener. Number 13, Walter Holloway. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. And 37, Jay Voorhees.
Okay, so we're going to post that up on the board. You get 2 votes. We're now down to 4 candidates. 2 votes. All right, you've got your ballot, phase 3, round 4. All right, the ballots are in. Madam Clerk, will you verify the ballots?
Councilman Cooper, number 8, Don Diener. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilman Gilmore. Number 8, Don Diener. 13, Walter Holloway. Councilmember Mendez. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Hurt. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Hall. Number 8, Don Diener. 13, Walter Holloway. Councilmember Hastings. Number 13, Walter Holloway. Number 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Haywood. Number 13, Walter Holloway. Number 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Scott Davis. Number 8, Don Diener. 13, Walter Holloway. Councilmember Withers. Number 13, Walter Holloway. Number 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Van Reese. Number 8, Don Diener. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Pridemore. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Pardue. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Hager. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Glover. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roten. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Sledge. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Allen. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember O'Connell. Number 8, Don Diener. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Roberts. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Kendall. Number 8, Don Diener. 13, Walter Holloway. Councilmember Johnson. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Murphy. Number 13, Walter Holloway. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Pulley. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Elrod. Number 8, Don Diener. 13, Walter Holloway. Councilmember Blaylock. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Vercher. Number 35, Matthew Sweeney. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Potts. Number 8, Don Diener. 37, Jay Voorhees. Councilmember Bedney. Number 8, Don Diener. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Dowell. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Lee. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Henderson. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 35, Matthew Sweeney. Councilmember Rosenberg. Number 13, Walter Holloway. 35, Matthew Sweeney.
Okay, just stay in your seats. Okay, ready? All right. Okay, so the votes have been tabulated on Phase 3, Round 4. Congratulations to Matthew Sweeney. He received a majority of the votes, and so Mr. Sweeney will be a member of the Community Oversight Board. So we had a tie for second place, so we will have to have a runoff for the final spot, okay? So there's a tie between Don Diener and Walter Holloway, all right? So because there's a tie, we only have one seat left. It'll be a vote on the board. Austin, have you got the board ready to go? So again, one vote. This is the last remaining seat on the Community Oversight Board. You get one vote, and you're voting in between, again, Mr. Walter Holloway and Don Diener. All right? Madam Clerk, open up the board.
I get this error, but I don't, do you see this also? Oh, you got that too? And maybe I need to click OK to clear out. Okay.
Nobody leave quite yet. Okay. Still waiting for some people to vote? Okay, I think all votes are in. Madam Clerk, close the machine, tally the vote.
12 votes for Don Diener, 20 votes for Walter Holloway.
Big fun voting. Mr. Holloway, congratulations. You are the last member on the Community Oversight Board. So, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Metro Council, very, very quickly, I need to thank just some groups that put together this. This has taken a tremendous amount of time. First of all, Director Jameson and the members of the council staff, Elizabeth Waits, our Metropolitan Clerk, Elizabeth Waits, and her staff. The Mayor's Office provided help. Metro Nashville, the network, taped all those interviews so people could see. Security has been waiting for us, and it's been nice to open up the building on Saturday. The media, thank you, the media, because they've been very helpful with this. Nominees, thank you. And council members, you all did a wonderful job. Thank you very much. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn, seconded. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We're adjourned.
Holloway anyway, but
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.